kind of washed out. It's kind of washed out. There we go. That's a little better. Kind of washed out. There we go. That's a little better. Kind of washed out. That's a little better. Kind of washed out. So anyways, that's the line of storms I'm looking at right now. Somehow I gotta find a way to. That's the line of storms somehow I gotta find a way to. I thought I did it the other day. I set the white balance. Oh, now it's gonna work. Manual. Okay. Let's see what happens here. That's
Northbrook, Illinois.
That's a little bit better. Let's see if I can. See, it's on auto exposure, but I want to bring it down a little bit. So, let's see if this makes a difference. This just washes it out even more. Yeah, that just whites it out. So whatever I'm doing it the wrong way. Let's see if we can get things a little better here. See, that way it just seems to end up worse. So see what happens when we bring this number down. And this number up. See what happens when we move this number. He just takes that sun and throws it in there. So if I bring it down, pretty much blends out everything in front of it. And that just makes it worse. That's a little better, but the white balance is really off. See if this makes a difference. There, it's better. Okay, that looks better. You can see the storms starting to develop way off on the horizon. Let's go one more here. That's a little too blue. I think that looks good right there. Okay. So let's see what else, other settings we can change. Guess that's it for now. So I need to work on it a little more, obviously. But I think I'll leave this right where it is. Of course, if I go up more towards the sun, then it's worse. If I bring it down, adjust it on the hood of the vehicle. Okay, let me check the radar again. What I could do is just go down to the next exit and come back from there if I need to. Because like I said, these storms are going to move at me. It's not like I'm trying to catch up to them. So I think I'll do that. I think I'll head over to the next exit. So anyways, I was telling you about the lawn service I had for 30 years and how the 4th of July came up and went, and I worked every 4th of July if it was during the week, even some Saturday 4th of July's I worked. So I enjoyed doing the work, and I was and also the fact that next day. So even though you had the day off, you still had to do the work. Just had to push it to the next day and then play catch up the entire time. The only problem with that is, say you took the 4th off because it's a holiday. Well, what if it rained the next day? Then you're 2 days behind. And depending on what day of the week it is, 4th of July is on a Monday, you could, start out on Wednesday and work 15, 16 hours a day. Days are long enough to cover the time to get it done. But if 4th of July was on a Wednesday and it rained on Thursday, 2 days of work on a Friday, and then you're back working on Saturday again. So you might as well just go out there and get it done and not have to worry about working on the weekend. Because if you got to work on the 4th of July and you get off the weekend, at least you get 2 days off. Whereas if you take the 4th of July off, that causes you to have to work on a Saturday. You really didn't get the time off that you were thinking about getting. So I could never understand about, like, garbage truck drivers. They take the day off and then they have to work the following Saturday. Well, I think I'd rather work the holiday and get the 2 days off on the weekend like normal and pay me the extra day. Because you're going to work a Saturday, they're going to pay you anyways. Now I can realize some situations that the transfer stations, if the city doesn't have a landfill, may not be open. And the ability to transfer to the actual area they dump the garbage may not be open. So that can cause a problem. But still, could they just pile it up on a slab of concrete somewhere and then the next day bring a front end loader in and put it all in the back of a truck and take it to the dump? That's what probably 80% of the cities do anyways. So as you can see, we're heading southeast on Interstate 90. Looks a little darker to the north and to the west. But like I said, I don't think that's where the storms are going to be today. They look impressive as far as the color of the darkness. But I don't think that's where the storms are going to come from. Right now I'm heading southwest, and let me turn over there a little. And if you look over there, you can see clouds are darker. Like I said, there's so many trees in here that it's hard to see anything. I retired a couple of years ago, but I kept several lawns just to give me something to do during the day. But like I've told people, sitting on the mower and cutting the grass, that's the easy part. Me bring the camera back to center again. That's the easy part. check the weather, check the radar, see if it's going to rain, see if there's a possibility of rain, how much can you get done before it rains, and then you throw in making sure your machine is operating correctly, hope you don't have any breakdowns. And I've seen people, a lot of people say, well, you get a new machine, you won't have any breakdowns. That's true to a point, but sometimes new machines have their problems. Fortunately, the machine I used, I never had a problem the first 3-4 years. And I put, the machine right now, I still have it. I think it's got 3,200 hours on it. So, you get to that point and it's like, well, if I keep working, I have to go buy a new machine. Well, the new machine is $25,000. The machine I use. And to go to a cheaper machine, it's like once you buy a car with air conditioning and electric doors and locks, you're never going to go back to a car that doesn't have air conditioning and electric door and locks. And it's the same way with the lawnmowers. Once you get them over with an out front deck and a diesel engine, you don't want to go back to a gas engine and a mid-mountain deck. So it was either spend $25 on a new machine and spend the whole entire year working to pay off that machine, or just retire. So that's what I did. So I retired and I'm now enjoying my summers instead of worrying about rain and breakdowns. So that's where I'm at. That's why I'm storm chasing now. Always something I wanted to do. See, there's some clouds to the north up there. They're getting dark. But that's not where our storms are going to come from. That may develop into something. But that's not where I'm headed. So, like I said, it's time to retire. Machine was getting old. Tired of waking up every day and worrying about the rain, worrying about breakdowns. So I decided to get rid of my accounts. I gave them to another gentleman. And I helped him for a few weeks in the spring. Introduced him to all my customers. So far, he's doing well. straight west now. As you can see, there's some lower clouds. And then behind them, there's some bigger clouds. I'll get off at the next exit. And we'll take a look at the radar. I'm by myself. I can't just tell the person sitting next to me, hey, take a look at the radar and see what's going on. Because I have no one next to me. All I have is my cell phone and an iPad next to me. So, I know some storm chasers we're heading down into Iowa to meet up with the storms. So we'll see how they do. That area to the north of me, west of me, is really starting to show some heavy rain. Like I said, when I get off at this next exit, I'll assess things. And I don't like to wander too far off the interstate, because you can always get in front of the storm on the interstate. And you always have good cell service. Or if you get 4 or 5 miles off the interstate, your cell service can start to become sketchy. So, we'll see. I can get off up here. Looks like there's another big storm starting to get its act together to the south. I don't know if I got the angle on the camera to show you that one. For a second I will. Because I've been going southeast for the last 10 minutes or longer. So the road's going to turn a little bit more westerly here. starts hailing. I always say, keep an eye on where the gas stations are, but most importantly, the banks, because people will go right by a bank looking for hail cover and try to gas station. And all you gotta do is pull up in the drive up of most banks. They're covered. Okay, I'm gonna park right here. There's actually like 2 spots to park. But this one looks good. And I can see the storm already we're going to be concerned about. I'm going to try to park on the other side of this approach here to this field. So give me a minute here. Try to get everything even and level without pointing too far up in the air. And of course the utility pole has to be right in the middle. But I can sit here and I can check the radar and shut the vehicle off for a minute. Sheriff just drove by. Because I think that's our storm coming. There is a severe thunderstorm warning just northwest of Mason City. And right now they have issued a special weather statement for the area I'm in. Thunderstorms moving in for late afternoon, strong to severe risk. Clusters of thunderstorms across southern Minnesota and north central Iowa will track northeast for the rest of the afternoon hours. Shifting across, let me get my glasses on. It's kind of hard to read words on my phone without them. Shifting across parts of southeast Minnesota and northeast Iowa through 5 p.m. Some will bring strong, potentially severe. Some will be strong, potentially severe. Hail is the main concern, but any storm will produce 30 to 35 mile an hour winds and locally heavy rainfall will also occur. So, we'll keep an eye on that. The closest storm to me right now is Albert Lee. There are some, like I said, down in Iowa, south of Decorah, but they're having a hard time getting going. But like I said, right here, if I want to, I can jump right back up on the interstate and head east. I can also pull into that bank if it starts hailing. See if I can move this down. Every once in a while I have to move the camera because it seems like wants to time out if you don't use it. Like right now. For some reason the gimbal decides to lock itself and then it doesn't work. I can leave it like that for a while. Once again, this is the WeatherMonkey. Like and subscribe if you're on YouTube. The more people who like it, push the algorithm. It pushes it out to more people. And it's not why I'm doing this, but makes it more interesting. So let's try and look at the storm I'm looking at. At my angle here, that severe warning storm would probably pass just to the north of me. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning. Winnebago County in north central Iowa. At 2:35 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Tinoka, or 14 miles northeast of Algona, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Hazards: 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected. Wind damage to roof siding and trees. So, radar indicated. That means that the winds in the upper atmosphere are showing a lot of gusting. And I'll be able, unless they put the brakes on some of these windmills, I'll be the first one to see the wind shift. But you know, I was joking earlier about how the weather seems to change after the systems come past these windmills. And it's not, they're just not in this one spot. They go south of here probably 6-7 miles, and north of here 15 miles. So it's not like they're just in one location. I know McNellis, they have a lot of windmills. I don't know if you know who McNellis is, but they're a steel supplier in this area. But they also build a lot of the garbage trucks you see on the road, a lot of the cement mixers. A lot of those are McNellis, and that's located in, I believe it's Dodge Center, which is somewhat north of here, maybe a little bit farther west. But yeah, they go through so much steel, they get a good price on it. They buy it wholesale, and they actually sell it to other steel manufacturers that use steel. So the windmills down here are for utility use, and I think the ones up farther north are strictly for the steel company. Not the steel company, the manufacturing company that builds cement mixers and garbage trucks. So once again, I can't say this enough. I gotta keep reminding myself. This is the WeatherMonkey. Uh, we're in southeast Minnesota, kind of western side of southeast Minnesota. I'm west of Rochester, about 15, 20 miles between Rochester and Austin. And I'm just sitting here waiting for this storm to come to us. There's no reason to run into the storm and then have to turn around and run out of it. So I can see on the horizon over there, I can see rain coming out of the sky. So it's starting to percolate. So, and I'm just looking into the ditch off to the right of me here and the left of me, and there's water in the ditch between the road and the cornfield. And this corn looks like it's doing just fine. The old saying is knee high by the 4th of July on the corn. And it's knee high. So it's doing well. I can see it here. I have push button start in this vehicle, and you can't just turn the key and put on accessory. You know how you put the key in, you turn it a little bit, it says accessory, and then you turn a little bit more, and it starts the car. Then it comes back to a neutral point. Well, with the push button starts, you don't have that neutral point. So you gotta leave it on accessory, which means you've got your air on and all that. You need to turn it off. And it'll run good for about 25 minutes. And then there's a sensor in there that's, oh gee, been running it, not running, but you've had the accessories on long enough, and you're gonna drain your battery. So that shuts it off automatically. So what you gotta do is you gotta make a mental note, and about the time it gets ready to shut off, start the vehicle up and let it run for 2-3 minutes, and then shut it off again. And that keeps your battery charged, of course, so you don't have a problem. But the fact that you have to do it, even though your battery probably isn't draining down that much, but you know, I've got my phone plugged in, I've got my iPad plugged in, I've got the camera plugged in, so I probably am drawing a little bit of, electricity. And also, I have my infotainment system on, so that can also make a difference. Well, I've been here for a while, so I'm going to start it up for a minute and let it run. Let's see. I left Winona and I've been driving. I drove all the way out here, and my miles per gallon is 36, which isn't bad. So I'll let the engine run for a couple minutes and then shut it off. I changed the oil. When was it? Today's 4th. Was it yesterday? Was it? Yes. I changed the oil yesterday. And I had about 3,000 miles on it at the most. But I like changing the oil frequently. Anybody that takes a 10,000 mile oil, synthetic oil, and runs it 10,000 miles because that's what the manufacturer says, well, I wouldn't do it. Even though you got a great filter, that oil gets dirty, it gets contaminated, it gets oxygen molecules in it. when that happens, that oil will break down. So you probably all want to know what type of oil I'm using. Well, I was using Pennzoil Ultimate, made from natural gas. But Valvoline come out with a new oil. It's called Restore and Protect. And that oil will actually clean the carbon off your pistons and the rings. So you don't get any sticky rings, you don't get any buildup on them. And it doesn't do it all at once. Because what would happen if that happened? If you did that? Your oil would plug up and you'd be in worse shape. So they put just enough of the ingredient, the additive, into the oil. So over time it takes it out. They say about 4 oil changes, which a little bit over a year. Your oil will clean the cylinder, piston rings, and the head, whatever. Clean up all that buildup. So your engine should last a lot longer. A lot of the newer engines, they're direct injection. And they have more carbon buildup, especially on the valves, where if you use it all the time for years, it will help keep the valves clean. That's not what it's designed for, but it will help keep your valves from carboning up over time. It's mainly made for the piston rings, keep them clean. So a lot of the direct injection engines have that problem with the valves getting built up with carbon. And it really doesn't it doesn't change the performance of the engine until later in years. What happens is that carbon builds up on the end of those valves, and less air can get into the combustion chamber because the valves have actually, they've grown in size. They're obstructing the air. So your fuel economy and performance will drop. But, I'm talking 100,000 miles or more. But this Restore and Protect is supposed to, over the long haul, improve that. Some of the direct injection engines now have fuel injectors above the valves that actually squirt fuel into the valves. And that helps keep them clean. Like for every 150, 500 revolutions, 1 or 2 revolutions get a squirt of fuel up into the valves, and that keeps them clean. You gotta look at it that way. It's not like it's constantly putting fuel into the valves. So everything looks pretty much the same. Doesn't seem like much has changed, but it is changing. We'll see how that severe thunderstorm warning's going down in Mason City area. Okay, it looks like they've... I gotta find my reading glasses. I don't know what I did with them. Well, anyways, I can look. Here they are. Basically, they extended the severe thunderstorm potential back on the other side of 35 into Iowa. But those storms are still heading this way. And the storms that are south of Decorah, Iowa, they blow up and then they fall apart. And they blow up and then they fall apart. So obviously there's a lot of shear in that area right now. There really aren't any discrete cells. It's more like a linear development. Although some of the cells within that linear line are becoming independent. So this one cell here I'm noticing. Try to get a location on it. Seems to be breaking away from the rest of them. And it's south of between Fairmont and Blue Earth south. Down into Iowa. Bencraft, is that what I'm seeing here? I can't see because it's got the overlay on it. So turn things around here. So it looks like if I don't keep my camera in action, it seems to want to time out. I noticed that the other day. So hopefully I can just continue by adjusting the camera every now and then. But I don't know if you heard me or not, but between Blue Earth and Fairmont, okay, if you drew an upside down triangle just north of Bancroft, is it? There's a storm that is kind of split away from the rest. And is kind of on its own out there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. As you can tell, the windmills are still in the southern wind. There's one windmill out there. I don't know if it's the angle. Yeah, it's the angle. I was going to say it looks like it's missing a blade, but it's just the angle that it's at. If you look on the left side of the utility pole, there's 4 or 5 windmills out there on their own. The closest one, for a while there, looked like it didn't have a blade on it. Did I say telephone pole? I don't know why I say that. They're not telephone poles anymore. They're utility poles. So we have to call them what they are, you know. Very seldom you see telephone wires on these poles anymore. Most of the time the telephone wires are buried, unless you're in a city or near one. And a lot of them are fiber optic now. You may have a town that has utility poles with wire on it, but when it leaves the town, it goes through a junction, and normally it's buried, and a lot of it's gone fiber optic. Not much copper wire from a house to out of a town. I'll move the camera up a little bit off the hood after I unlock it. I mean, I like this camera because I can rotate it, but sometimes it just, I don't know what it's doing now. Let me mess with it for a minute. Because whatever it was supposed to be doing, it's not anymore. So it looks like the settings I put into it are no longer on it. So I'll have to do it again. I think this one here is the one that needs to be changed. There. Okay, now I can bring it back up. So I have to remember to keep messing with the camera, because if I don't, it'll default back to where it wants to. Even though I hit enter, put the information in there, it seems to want to do that. So as you can see, the system is getting closer. A little bit of light coming out of the sky over to the northwest. So we'll go back over here. So anyways, we were talking about the oils and the recommended intervals for your oil. And there's a big tug of war between the manufacturer's specs and what your mechanic specs are. And a lot of the manufacturers know that if you change your oil every 10,000 miles, after 60,000 miles, that engine isn't going to be as strong as it was because of the length of the oil changes. But it's also out of warranty. And when they sell you the vehicle, it's a selling point. Oh yeah, this vehicle, great engine, go 10,000 miles between oil changes. Where in reality, if it's turbo, you better change it every 5,000 miles. And the reason for that is, with a turbo engine, that turbo is spinning. And if that turbo bearing gets dry or gets dirt in it, and that turbo is spinning and it comes apart, you're looking at a new engine. So, if you got a car with a turbo in it, you need to change it every 5,000 miles. And if you're towing something or you're stop and go traffic constantly, you better change it every 4,000. Even though the oil says, 10,000 mile intervals. I change mine every 4,000. If it needs it or not. And there was some interesting information on oil filters recently also. You go out and buy an oil filter and it says 20,000 mile interval oil changes. 100% synthetic media. In other words, the filtering. Well, there's some tests that have been done that show that maybe you don't want that 20,000 mile filter, because particulates, the oil, can't get through it fast enough. So you're basically, possibly, starving your engine of oil because it can't get through the filter. In other words, the pressure before this filter is higher than the pressure on the other side of the filter. There's some discussion about maybe the filters are too good. Now, some filters, they say, are designed for that. But if you don't need a 20,000 mile filter, in other words, if you're changing your oil every 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 miles, you don't need the 20,000 mile oil filter. The 10,000, 8,000 mile filter will do just fine. So, plus they're half the price. Like when I changed the oil on this Bronco, I had about 3,000 miles on it. And I put the Ford oil filter on it. I believe it's the 910S. And what I like about that filter versus all the other filters, it has the bypass valve where you thread the filter on, not up in the, I want to call it the top of the filter. Most of them have the bypass valve in the top. In other words, as far away from the threads as it can be. And what happens then is, if your filter plugs, in other words, the media is covered and can't get any more oil through it, the oil will go up over the top, and that pressure setting there will force it open. The oil will come back through uncleaned. The only problem is it's passing over that media that is all plugged up already. So is it pulling dirt off of that media as it comes up and goes through? I think it would. Where with the Ford 910S and a lot of their other filters, the bypass valve is at the base where you thread it, so that oil doesn't have a chance to get up into the filter. It just goes right into the bottom of the filter, through and back out again, which I think is a better setup, but it costs a little more to do it that way. But you can still go to like Walmart and get that Ford 910S for under $9. So anyways, I did change the oil and I did put the new filter on. It was under $40. And that was with five quarts plus a little more, and the filter. So well, I should probably start the car up again. Move my camera a little. Let it know I'm still here. As you can see, things are getting a little darker. I think this storm here is actually starting to push itself a little farther north, which doesn't surprise me. That's kind of where I thought it would go. So well, it says rain starting in 15 minutes where I'm at, if the GPS is accurate on my phone to where it's actually raining. Okay, let me go back to the radar here. The actual storm itself, the line is getting closer, but there are a few cells starting to break away from the rest of the storms. And what you have to watch for those is see if they start spinning. Now, if there is any type of cyclonic action, it'll probably be hidden in rain, so you wouldn't necessarily see like a mesocyclone. So what you gotta look for is a wall cloud starting to develop, and there is a wall cloud starting to develop. So we'll see what happens. there is a storm over here. And that storm is looks like it's over Clark's Grove, or just to the east of Clark's Grove. Looks like just heavy rain. Sometimes these storms will blow up too, and then they'll be heading northwest, and then after their tops get really up there, the wind will pick them up and it'll churn them. And like I said, when you start getting the thunder and lightning, I don't know if I said it in this video or not, but when you start getting a lot of convection, you'll start getting more lightning. So I'll go to my other app here and I'll tell you how far away that lightning was. Okay. It's 2.5 miles away. Right off the edge of Interstate 90. About 2.5 miles away. So see, a person 20 years ago could have never done this, because they have no way of knowing, unless they just drove right into the storm, of which way the storm was going, how intense it was. But now with radar and weather radios and stuff like that, you got a better idea of what's going on. I gotta roll my windows up here. It's starting to rain. Should probably start the vehicle up here since I rolled the windows up. I do have a product that, believe it or not, does not have a battery in it for jump starting your car. It's got what they call capacitors. And what those capacitors do, they're basically like modern day tubes. And what those capacitors do is you hook it up to your dead battery. There's no such thing as a totally dead battery, unless it's been sitting for years and been drained totally to nothing. But normally your car won't drain a battery totally to nothing, unless, like I said, it's been sitting. But if you're just in it and you leave it that night and you come back in the morning and it won't start, most of the time there's enough power in that battery to suck out of it and put in these capacitors. And then when it'll tell you when it's ready to jump, basically. So the capacitors will fill up with whatever power is left in that battery, and then it'll tell you it's ready, and then you basically turn your key and it starts your car. Now, you couldn't crank on it for 2 minutes, it would run down, but you could crank on it for 10-15 seconds to get it started. So I think I just saw some lightning again. As you can see, the storm is moving in on us. I'll check that radar again. Personally, I wouldn't check the radar this much. I mean, you can anticipate where the storm's going to be or going. But I like the look of my car without ping pong dents in it. Yeah, actually, this storm coming through here right now is just developing. There was nothing 10 minutes ago. It's developing right over the top. And what I can probably do is, since it's going the direction it is, I can probably parallel it on the interstate. So we'll keep an eye on the windmills. We'll see what they do. When you see me move the camera a little bit, it's not because I'm really looking for someplace else. It's because I don't want my camera to time out. Yeah, that was kind of vivid. Kind of makes me want to go park in the bank parking lot. It's facing the right direction. The only problem is there's a bunch of trees in front of it. That was a pretty good strike, too. This will give me a good idea how far away the storms are. So it took about 20 seconds for that actual live lightning strike to come through YouTube. So it's about a 20-second delay. And I can see the rain coming across that field. We'll concentrate on this storm for right now. That last bolt of lightning was rather close. Check the radar again real quick here. Okay, here comes the heavier rain. From the scan it was output to the new scan, the storm has doubled in size. I am located just off Interstate 90, small little town of Dexter, Minnesota. A lot of people that drive through this area are familiar with the windmills that are sitting here. And you know, you're sitting here, I'm looking out the window with my naked eye, of course, and I'm always checking to see what it looks like through the camera lens. And there's things you can see in the camera lens that you cannot see with the naked eye. It's really strange that way. I can just about see where the heavy rain's coming from. And how long till it gets here? Which is going to be about 30 seconds. And then we're just wrapped in rain. I mean, you know, you can't see anything, it's raining so hard. But that's all this is heavy rain. And it's going to rain pretty good for the next I would say hour. There's heavier storms to the north west, and there's heavier storms to the southwest. So I'm thinking this area will really fill in as I go back east. Once again, this is the WeatherMonkey in southeast Minnesota. On the west side of southeast Minnesota, basically. I'm west of Rochester, between Rochester and Austin. And I'm sitting just to the north of the little town of Dexter, off Interstate 90. And we just had a rain shower come through with a little bit of lightning. So that's passed over. There is more development behind it. We'll keep an eye on it. Get a good idea of what's coming this way. I could get on the interstate right now and just follow that storm up into Rochester. But it's not developing that quickly, and there's heavier storms to the west of it. But if things change, I can always catch up to it. The road I'm on now basically would take me back to Stewartville. So if there is one that, see, the one I could go straight north on, and then go north from there. But it's kind of sketchy. It's not really a straight shot. Like going north up to 14 is what I'm thinking. As you can see, it's getting lighter behind this shower here. Look up. Almost border that last windmill. Everything to the right of it is raining. Everything to the left of it's not as heavy. Go up to Hayfield. I'd run into that heavier storm if I did that. Only problem is, am I going to keep my cell service? See what I got here for roads. If I tell this to take me to like Casson, we'll see what it says. Casson, Minnesota. Yeah, I was having a hard time figuring that one out. Okay. Directions. Okay, Yeah, I could go a little farther east and go straight north. 29 minutes, the fastest. Well, we'll let this tell us where we're going. Hopefully we'll keep the cell service, because you never can tell. Okay. Things are going to fog up here for a second, then it'll clear off. This is the WeatherMonkey. I'm in southeast Minnesota, in the western region of southeast Minnesota. I'm west of Rochester, between Rochester and Austin. I just had a brief shower with some pretty decent lightning in it. Go over. I have noticed a cell developing to the west, and it's moving northwest, so I'm moving northwest also. Right now I'm going through the small town of Dexter.
At the next stop sign, turn left.
So we'll see how things go. It's actually not as dark as it looks. A minute ago I adjusted it, and now it's just...
At the stop sign, turn left onto 260th Street.
Stop up here and
in 3/4 of a mile, turn right onto 670th Avenue.
Try to adjust my lighting a little bit.
left onto 670th Avenue.
have Starlink, you don't run into these spots where there's no service. That'll be next year. I always say, if you're going to do something, do it in baby steps. You all got to start somewhere. Here for a minute. See if we can play around with the exposure a little better. And everything's pretty just washed out right now because it's raining pretty heavy. I don't know if I can check my radar or not. Because, let me see. Check my map here. Yeah, I can stay on this road all the way up to Castle. So, check my radar. Waiting for the update. Issue is severe thunderstorm warning north of Rochester. Going towards Red Wing. Yeah, I think I'll just continue on up to Castle. I think that's my best bet. There is a lowering of clouds over here. But I don't see anything worth getting excited about. actually spot right there. I can turn in. At least it looks that way.
Turn left onto 660th Avenue.
Yeah, I will. So this kind of looks interesting. I've never noticed the windmills, but the wind has shifted here. But anyways, actually you're going several different directions. But it's like I can see the rain being flung off of them. What I'm looking at is this lowering here. And the wind has definitely shifted. It's that windmill's got so much rain coming off of it that it almost looks like an illusion. Shall continue, as they say. Let's see if I can do this to take our boredom away.
mostly sunny with a temperature of 83. At Moscabel, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 70.
In about 4 miles, keep left onto 660th Avenue.
78 at Dubuque and 77 at Mason City. This is a summary of hazardous weather for the La Crosse and Winona listening area. A river flood warning continues for the Kickapoo River at Viola. The river has crested, but remains near or above flood stage. A river flood warning is in effect for the Mississippi River at McGregor. The river will rise to 21.7 feet by 7 a.m. Tuesday. For more information, weathermon.com/lacrosse. And now a look at your forecast for the La Crosse area. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Scattered showers and thunderstorms early, then showers and thunderstorms this evening. Scattered showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows around 60. Southeast winds around 5 miles an hour. Chance of rain 80%. For Friday, cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Cooler with highs in the lower 70s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. Friday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the evening, then partly cloudy after midnight. Lows in the upper 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 40%. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs around 80. Once again, the forecast starts right. Thunderstorms early, then showers and thunderstorms this evening. Scattered showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows around 60. Southeast winds around 5 miles an hour. Chance of rain 80%. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station WXJ86 in La Crosse, or Station KJJ9 private line. Broadcasts originate at the National Weather Service Office in La Crosse, Wisconsin. The current time is 4:21 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4 p.m. in La Crosse, it was fair. The temperature was 78 degrees, the dew point 62, and the relative humidity 57%. The wind was east at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.86 inches and falling. In Winona, it was fair. The temperature was 77 degrees, the dew point 64, and the relative humidity 65%. The wind was southeast at 8 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.87 inches and falling. Across the tri-state area at Decorah, rain was falling with a temperature of 70. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 78 at Sparta, 77 at Black River Falls, 77 at Prairie du Chien, and 83 at Blackville. At Preston, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 77. It was cloudy with a temperature of 76 at Viroqua, 70 at Eau Claire, 74 at Rochester, and 74 at Camp Douglas. Elsewhere across the region, at Minneapolis, a thunderstorm was reported with a temperature of 63. At Wisconsin Dells, rain was falling with a temperature of 74. At Waterloo, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 83. At Moscabel, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 74. It was cloudy with a temperature of 80 at Madison, 78 at Dubuque, and 77 at Mason City. This is a summary of hazardous weather for the La Crosse and Winona listening area. A river flood warning continues for the Kickapoo River at Viola. The river has crested, but remains near or above flood stage. A river flood warning is in effect for the Mississippi River at McGregor. The river will rise to 21.7 feet by 7 a.m. Tuesday. For more information, go to weather.gov/lacrosse. And now a look at your forecast for the La Crosse area. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Scattered showers and thunderstorms early, then showers and thunderstorms this evening. Scattered showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows around 60. Southeast winds around 5 miles an hour. Chance of rain 80%. For Friday, cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Cooler with highs in the lower 70s. Northwest winds 5 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. Friday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the evening, then partly cloudy after midnight. Lows in the upper 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 40%. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs around 80. Light winds. Once again, the forecast for tonight. Mostly cloudy. Scattered showers and thunderstorms early, then showers and thunderstorms this evening. Scattered showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows around 60. Southeast winds around 5 miles an hour. Chance of rain 80%. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station WXJ86 in La Crosse, or Station KGG95 in Winona. Broadcasts originate at the National Weather Service Office in La Crosse, Wisconsin. The current time is 4:25 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4 p.m. at La Crosse, it was fair. The temperature was 78 degrees, the dew point 62, and the relative humidity 57%. The wind was east at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.86 inches and falling. In Winona, it was fair. The temperature was 77 degrees, the dew point 64, and the relative humidity 65%. The wind was southeast at 8 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.87 inches and falling. Across the tri-state area, at Decorah, rain was falling, with a temperature of 70. It was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 78 at Sparta, 77 at Black River Falls, 77 at Prairie du Chien, and 83 at Blackville. At Preston, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 77. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 76 at Viroqua, 70 at Eau Claire, 74 at Rochester, and 74 at Camp Douglas. Elsewhere across the region, at Minneapolis, a thunderstorm was reported, with a temperature of 63. At Wisconsin Dells, rain was falling, with a temperature of 74. At Waterloo, it was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 83. At Boscobel, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 74. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 80 at Madison, 78 at Dubuque, and 77 at Mason City. This is a summary of hazardous weather for the La Crosse and Winona listening area. A river flood warning continues for the Kickoff River at Viola. The river has crested.
In 1 mile, keep left onto 660th Avenue.
Flood warning is in effect for the Mississippi River at McGregor. The river will rise 21.7 feet by 7 a.m. Tuesday. For more information, go to weather.gov/lacrosse. And now a look at your forecast for the La Crosse area. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Scattered showers and thunderstorms early, then showers and thunderstorms this evening. Scattered showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows around 60. Southeast winds around 5 miles an hour. Chance of rain 80%. For Friday, cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Cooler with highs in the lower 70s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. Friday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the evening, then partly cloudy after midnight. Lows in the upper 50s.
Keep left onto 660th Avenue.
Chance of rain 40%. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs around 80. Light winds. Once again, the forecast for tonight.
In about 13 miles, turn right onto Manterville Avenue South.
Thunderstorms early, then showers and thunderstorms this evening. Scattered showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows around 60. Southeast winds around 5 miles an hour. Chance of rain 80%. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station WXJ86 in La Crosse, or Station KGG95 in Winona. Broadcasts originate at the National Weather Service Office in La Crosse, Wisconsin. The current time is 4:28 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4 p.m. at La Crosse, it degrees, the dew point 62, and the relative humidity 57%. The wind was east at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.86 inches and falling. In Winona, it was fair. The temperature was 77 degrees, the dew point 64, and the relative humidity 65%. The wind was southeast at 8 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.87 inches and falling. Across the tri-state area, in Decorah, rain was falling with a temperature of 70. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 78 at Sparta, 77 at Black River Falls, 77 at Prairie du Chien, and 83 at Blackville. At Preston, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 77. It was cloudy with a temperature of 76 at Viroqua, 70 at Eau Claire, 74 at Rochester, and 74 at Camp Douglas. above flood stage. A river flood warning is in effect for the Mississippi River at McGregor.
Actually, I'll have to remember
The
this
river will
road.
rise to 21.7 feet by 7 a.m. Tuesday. For more information, go to weather.gov/lacrosse. And now a look at your forecast for the La Crosse area. Tonight, mostly cloudy.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Manterville Avenue South.
Showers and thunderstorms this evening. Scattered showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows around 60. Southeast winds around 5 miles an hour becoming light after midnight. Chance of rain 90%. For Friday, cloudy with a chance of showers.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto 5th Street Southeast.
Wind 5 to 10 miles an hour, chance of rain 50%. Friday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the evening. Then partly cloudy after midnight. Lows in the upper 50s, northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, chance of rain 50%. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs around 80. Light winds once again. The forecast for tonight, mostly cloudy. Scattered showers and thunderstorms early, then showers and thunderstorms this evening. Scattered showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows around 60. Southeast winds around 5 miles an hour becoming light after midnight. Chance of rain 90%. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station WXJ86 in La Crosse or Station KGJ95 in Winona. Broadcasts originate in the National Weather Service Office in La Crosse, Wisconsin. The 60. Highs in the lower 80s. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of southeast Minnesota, northeast Iowa, and southwest into central Wisconsin. For today and tonight, scattered storms with a few strong to severe this afternoon into early evening hours. Large hail is the primary threat. However, damaging winds and locally heavy rain could occur. Flooding will continue along some area rivers. Please see the latest flood statements for additional details. And now the extended outlook for the period Friday through Wednesday. Storm chances continue Friday into early next week.
Okay, back in business.
At this time, confidence
Lost
in
my
severe
battery.
thunderstorms remains low.
I didn't have
Flooding
it
will
plugged
continue
in.
along some area rivers. Please see the latest flood statements for
I
additional
got it plugged in
details.
now.
Spotter information statement. Storm spotters may
Hopefully
be
it
needed
didn't
this
lose too
afternoon
much
and
time.
early this evening for areas southwest of I-94.
Sat there.
Storm and rainfall reports would be appreciated. Emergency management coordination. No
We'll
webinar
see
is
what
scheduled.
happens.
This is a summary of hazardous weather for the La Crosse and Winona listening area. A river flood warning continues for the Kickapoo River and Viola. The river has crested, but remains near or above flood stage. A river flood warning is in effect for the Mississippi River and McGregor. The river will rise to 21.5 temperature of 75 at Preston, 78 at Camp Douglas, and 73 at Decorah. At Prairie du Chien, it was cloudy with a temperature of 77. Elsewhere across the region, Wisconsin Dells, rain was falling with a temperature of 65. At Mason City, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 74. At Minneapolis, rain was falling
45 miles.
with a temperature of 64.
And if I want to continue
This
east,
is a summary of
about
hazardous
another
across and below the listening area. A
15
river
to
level continues
the
to
Minnesota-Wisconsin border, which is
the river has
Mississippi
crested,
River.
remains near above flood stage.
up for about 7 more miles, I might just get in front of it. But it won't be by much. I'm sure a lot of people are upset. Their outdoor plans are pretty much ruined. There's water ponding on the side of that bridge right there. So, like I said, if you come across a bridge, especially if it's got a dip, see water ponding here because they've taken out the median there. But bridges especially. From the last radar scan, I'm out in front of this. Well, obviously, the scan is old. It's coming down pretty good right here. Why these people are all driving with their flashers on beyond me. Hey, it looks like I pretty much pushed through it like I thought I would. But it's coming up from the south, so I'm sure it'll catch up to me again. People are pulling over, they're going to be sitting there for a while. They're going to be sitting there for a good half hour. They're coming from the east to the west, and they're running into this. They went from not using their wipers on 100%. I think my radar's updating again. It's just right behind us. About 4 more miles and I'll be getting off the interstate. Then I'll head down into the valley. Hopefully I'll arrive there right before the storm does. See, you can just kind of feel it coming in from the right side. About 2 more minutes and I'll be exiting the interstate. And right now the wind is kind of it looks like the wind's kind of out of the northeast. So the storm is pulling in right here. run across something and have their flashers on, it's going to be for a real reason. And people are going to ignore it. Okay, here's my exit, and the rain has let up a little bit, but it's not going to let up for long because it's right behind us. Everybody wants to go to Winona today, I guess. Don't seem like my radar is working. As a matter of fact, I wonder if I quit the app and restart it. The radar even quit on my infotainment system. So let's try it again. Not working right here. So I'm going to carry on. ridge, the wind was out of the southwest. Now it seems to be out of the northwest. Well, now it's back to the southwest again. Activity that would indicate hail, just a lot of rain. About a quarter of the speed I was up on the interstate. The rain don't seem so bad. It's coming down. And there's more to come. Gotten a little windy too. Blowing through here pretty good right now. Well, there's a guy riding a bike back there. Soaking wet. Okay, let me go park over here. We'll see what the weather's like. Line is just now coming through here. There's a special weather statement for this area. Clusters of thunderstorms were moving east-northeast across southeast Minnesota and will push into portions of western Wisconsin through 7 p.m. The stronger storms will be capable of 45-mile-an-hour winds, half-inch hail. An isolated severe storm remains possible. Locally heavy rainfall will also occur, which could lead to urban street flooding. Then at the bottom it says, Happy 4th of July. No, I'm just kidding. At the bottom it says, those with outdoor plans this 4th of July should be prepared to seek indoor shelter should storms approach. So, what happened to my picture again? Tell me the thing timed out again. Yep. Okay, so I'm back. The camera timed out again. Can't concentrate on one thing and you end up losing the other. I don't know if you can see the rain crossing the street in front of me or not. This storm is just to the north of me. Just to the north and west. Take a drive through town, we might catch up to the heavy rain. Because we're on the east end of Winona, and the west end it's showing more rain. So we'll take a drive over there. water ends up in the Mississippi River, and there's nowhere for it to go. They have pumping stations. They built a levee, finished it in 1985. They built a levee all the way around the town. And, of course, everything drains from the city into the river or the lake. So they put pumps in the lake so the water can be pumped out of the lake. And then they put pumps in key locations on the river to pump the storm sewers up, basically up and over the levee into the lake, into the river. So that way the town wouldn't flood. So when the river's high, I'm sure right now those pumps are all running, trying to pump out the storm sewers as fast as they fill in. And I see emergency lights around the corner. Maybe we'll go over there. But where I live in the city of Winona is the highest point in the city. It's actually downhill to the levee wall from where I live. So you don't really have to worry about flooding. Whoa, it's 2 feet of water in here. And I got to imagine it's because the lake and the river are so high that this water has really nowhere to go. It's been a long time since I've driven through water that deep. Even right there before we turn. And it's not done yet. It's going to rain for another. Luckily, the heaviest rain actually went to the north of here. But it's going to rain for another half hour at least. All these roads are flooded. If you look in front of me, all these roads are flooded. Well, I guess right now is a good time to say, welcome everybody to Winona, the island city, which is becoming less and less of an island. This is the WeatherMonkey, southeast Minnesota. I'm in the city of Winona after a heavy downpour. I just came back from the Rochester area in heavy rain, and I got out in front of the storm. So this isn't over yet. Don't forget to like and follow, or like and subscribe on Facebook. And also like and subscribe on YouTube. And follow on Facebook. I need 100 followers on Facebook in order to basically be able to stream on YouTube. So follow on Facebook, like and subscribe on YouTube. That would help me out. It's the word immensely. So in a minute I'm going to go to a spot where, well, I know I won't be able to get through. Let's see if this is just a traffic stop here or if there's a problem. Looks like it's an accident. That's what I'd want to do in the heavy rain. Do an accident report. It's just a little fender bender. The camera wanted to flip around a little too much. Down to the river, and like I said, there's a levee wall here that the road rides on, so it's not going to flood here. It's all going to drain into the river from up here, but I'm sure if that river was dropping any, it's not anymore. Like I said, it's supposedly crested on Tuesday evening, but with all this rain, like I said, I was out in Rochester, I was west of Rochester, out in Casson, and it did nothing but pour all the way here. And all that water ends up in the Mississippi River. Pretty much everything from 90 north ends up in the Mississippi River above, upstream from Winona. 90 south, that goes south of Winona into the river. And it wouldn't be a problem for us as much as the rain to the north. There's a turtle out getting ready to cross the road. Hopefully this person will see it and won't run into it. Nothing more aggravating than seeing a turtle in the middle of the road squashed. It's like, what were you doing? Were you not paying attention? So, earlier this spring, I was coming up the highway. Mallard duck and her 6 little ducklings started crossing the road. This 4-lane highway. So I stopped the traffic, basically. Made sure they got across the road. Do I really care about the stupid ducks? No, not really. But on the same hand, I don't want to see them killed senselessly. Somebody will in the fall shoot them out of the sky. That's okay. But at least they got a chance. Little ducklings crossing the road with their mother, they don't have a prayer. Like I said, it's still raining halfway decent here. Right here we're at probably ½ inch an hour. And it's going to rain heavier. a left turn here, and I'm going to go into a low spot. If this spot here is any indication of what happened in the center of town, there should be a lot of water. What it does is there's a golf course, and what it does, it drains into a couple ponds in the golf course. The only problem is those ponds are probably full. We'll see how much water is sitting over here. Although it does drain pretty fast. Yeah, there's still water there. I'm not going to drive through it, but I will go to it. And you can't. The problem is the road that runs parallel to this is tore up for construction. So let's just sit here and watch people go through this. We'll just sit here for a minute and watch people drive through this water. See, I think it can only get so high. After it gets so high, it runs over the side of the road and into the golf course. So I don't think it's... I mean, it can only get to a point, and it can't flood any farther than that. And I think it's got to that point. If not, it's real close. But people think they need to drive through it. So we'll let them. Comes another vehicle, so I'm going to get sprayed again. Oh, he's way too fast. He's going to lose it. He had to slow down quite a bit. My guess is if he didn't slow down, he would have stalled that car. There's a little cars trying to drive through here. And this one's pulling off the side of the road like you're in the deepest spot, dude. Maybe his car quit. Who knows? So... actually, what it's actually doing too is it's kind of making a wake and it's pushing the water over the side. But even the parking lot to that apartment building on my right is flooded. I can't believe that car stalled. Here's another one come flying through. Do they not notice the water over the road? Apparently not. So I think happens a lot too is people, they get into a situation like this, they pull off, they get in the water, then it's too deep, so they pull over, and they think they're going to sit there and wait for it to go down. Now this probably will go down, but they wait for it to go down, and it doesn't go down, and all of a sudden it's up to their doors. They can't. Then they don't want to get out, and then it's up to their windows, and by that time there's no way they can get out, so they're kind of stuck. And then get out and jump on their vehicle. That'll never get that way here because it's too far. It's too open. That parking lot over there is full of water. So, and it looks like, from what I can see here, the water is flowing down to the lowest point. So it is getting higher. Definitely flowing that way. Okay, here goes another one. So I think it must have gone down a little bit here because nobody's splashing me as they go through here like they were before. So I'm going to turn around and go back the other way. We'll let that car sit in the water. Actually, I have to use the bathroom. So I'm going to go to Quick Trip over here and do that. And then we'll see what it's like when we come out. And I'm going to park right here. I'm going to leave the vehicle running, lock it, go in and use the restroom. watching the radar. And I bought crunchy chips, which I shouldn't have done. But there's more storms developing to the west. Now, when I say west, I mean like 30 miles to the west. But it's going to rain till those storms get here. Then it's going to rain for another half hour after that. So it don't look good. Move my camera just a bit, make sure it doesn't fall asleep on me again. So let's go look at some more wet spots. Or should I say flooded spots? Everything's wet. We'll go take a look at that Winona County ditch number 9. I think it is, or 5, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little bit over itself. Not too bad though. But the amount of rain we've got was higher, I can tell. And I don't know if you can see it or not. Let me move the camera. Pardon the jitterness and the and everything going on, but if I can move it over there far enough, I will. So, you can't really see the ditch, can you? Let me go down. No, you still can't see it. Let me take it off of here. Can you see it now? There's like a retaining wall on each side of the channel, and it's up over the channel. I'm not sure if it's higher up coming through, because, you know, the boards are right in the way, or if it's just, I think it's coming up, but it looks like it was higher before. I'm gonna roll the window down here, don't get too wet in here. Now you can see it better. I think it's coming up. We'll sit here for a minute. too much rain getting in here. So anyways, I've seen it higher than that. Not a whole lot, but I have. Let me put this back where it was. Having a hard time trying to figure out what I'm doing. It's got a gimbal on it, and the gimbal thinks I'm doing something. It's trying to compensate for it. So let me bring it back the rest of the way. You can definitely hear thunder. Okay, let me leave it right there. Rainfall is not going to help the river. Actually looks like these restaurants over here closed. As you can see, Highway 61 was built up when they built it for a reason. They didn't want it to flood. It has been closed west of here because of water. This guy's taking his truck through that water like what he he's just going through it like he's a boat. We'll sit here and we'll watch somebody else do it. It wasn't good enough he went through it the first time, he's going through it again. We'll see if anybody else decides to go flying through there. course, this water gets trapped in here because the highway is higher. I'm going to mute this for a minute. I have to make a phone call. I didn't mean to pull the plug on the whole thing. Okay, I hope that worked. I just pulled the jack on the microphone. There's no on-off switch or mute switch on the microphone. There might be in the software, but the sure way to kill the mic is to pretty much pull the USB on it. So I'm looking at the radar, and believe it or not, there's more storms developing out in west central Minnesota. And these storms look like they mean business. So I might end the stream and then come back again a little later. Wow, that storm got into this unstable air and it just blew up. It started out near Walnut Grove, Minnesota. It started out there, and now it's transformed to another storm near South Branch, which is by St. James. And there's a warm front riding from, let's see here, Fairmont, north of Fairmont, about 20 miles, there's a warm front, and it's riding east to west, or west to east, and it cuts through Minnetonka Lake, Blooming Prairie, and then it dips down north of Grand Meadow and cuts over into Wisconsin. So it starts out north of Interstate 90 and then it drops down south of Interstate 90 over to, say, Madison. And what I think is going to happen is storms are going to fire up just north of that warm front as that cold front moves to the east. So we shall see. We'll see if they issue a severe thunderstorm watch, which they haven't done. There's been a couple severe thunderstorms, but they haven't issued any watches. They put out weather statements, but no watches. Or there was a couple warnings. So let me drive around a little bit more in town, look at the rain, what the rain has flooded, and we'll take it from there. This Culver's here, it actually closed early. I don't know if it was planned to close early, but it did. But this rain is going to pick up again. Again, this is the WeatherMonkey. I'm in southeast Minnesota. We just had a pretty good rain shower come through. I would say it was at least 2 inches. And there are a lot of low spots that are full of water. Some areas take the water good and other areas don't. ball fields, playground areas are sitting in water right now. So, some people are playing in the streets, in the flooded streets. To be honest with you, it's only 62 degrees. I can see if it was 72 or 82. Half gallon of chocolate milk alongside the road back there. I'll take a ride over here along the lake. Lake Winona. Lake number 1 of the 10,000 lakes. Actually, there's more than 10,000 lakes. Somebody got a branch on top of their car. Sucks to be them. So there must have been a couple good gusts of wind. I actually see people running pumps out of their basements more now than I have in the springtime. This is a good park here to come sit in, enjoy the weather. Got some picnic tables over there. Unfortunately, it's filling in with water. Turn here and I'll show you the other side of the road. Now you got to remember, this is supposed to be a grassy area. It's now become a lake. And I don't know if you can see it or not, but if you look down the tree line on the left-hand side, you get all the way to the end, and then you kind of come back to the right. There's a tree, and it's pretty round over the top. And then out the side, it's got this little, like, growth coming out the side, right where that raindrop was. And it looks like a turkey's head. So my wife and I call that the turkey tree. Because it looks like a turkey. Not the one on the right-hand side at the end of the picture, at the end, you know, the trees, but the one on the left-hand side. Doesn't it look like a turkey? We think it does. So this spring we're out here, we're watching it bud out, and we're like, gee, is it going to look like the turkey again? You know? And of course it did. But to be honest with you, this is the most water I've ever seen in this field. And it's not going to get much better as time goes on. So we'll go down the road here and check out more. And if I get time later, I'll go back down to the Prairie Island Park. Because that was going down. And there's a spot I look at. It's actually a picnic table. And the water was right up to the bottom of this plank that you sit on. And then I went down there today, and it was about 1 inch, 2 inches below that plank. So I knew the river went down. I knew it crested. The question is all this rain going to bring it back up? I don't think you have to be a rocket scientist to figure it out. Yeah, I'm just gonna. There's more water. Oh, a big tree split over there. Like I said, there must have been a couple gusts that came through here. But they never severe warned it, which is kind of strange. You'd have branches breaking off the trees in the wind coming through like that. It was never severe warning. There's another one up here. I must have my gimbal position wrong, because every time I go to move it, it doesn't go where I want it to go. And they pump this lake out. The city is in charge of keeping that water level low, because if they don't pump it out, it'll flood the basements of all the houses down in the low areas. And if they don't pump it out, it'll come up as high and match the river level. But there's no levee around the lake. So if the pumps quit, the lake would rise to match the river. And if that happened, I guess one time it almost did that many, many years ago. And it was about a foot from pretty much meeting the river and the lake in the center of town. And, you know, a foot's quite a bit. But the fact is, it was getting close. Area flood watch. Yeah, I believe that. I started out this video talking about mowing lawns quite a long time ago. Just thinking about it today, or this afternoon, this evening, I'm glad I'm out of the business. Because I mean, the sun will come out tomorrow. That's fine, but a lot of ground is going to be saturated. Take a look on the other side. If I can get the gimbal to go the right way the first time, which it did. Take a look out this side here. You can see all the water in the park. There's a little bit more on the, I mean, there is some on the right side, but not that much. But these are all ball diamonds. And their outfields are filling up with water. So even if it did stop raining and you had a weekend tournament here, you'd be hard pressed to get that tournament in. Unless you find some other ball diamonds. Which, if push come to shove, I'm sure, they can find other diamonds to play on. But they would just have to go to different parts of the town. But that's a lot of water. As you can see, the lake is quite a bit lower here. But if it wasn't for it being pumped, I bet it would be about halfway up that ramp. And I just wonder how this rain's going to affect the pumping. You never know. Okay, we can look to the west here, spin ourselves around, and we can actually see it clearing up out west. A little bit more light in the sky. So this rain is gonna diminish. That's actually northwest I was just facing, and the rain is still coming in from the southwest. But the northwest is going to push through, and the rain is going to slide off to the southeast. So, but we didn't really see any severe weather today. We saw a lot of rain and a little bit of wind. And a little bit of confusion with the camera lighting. But like I said, follow me on Facebook so I can get my membership up. And like and subscribe on YouTube so that I can, the YouTube, depending on how many likes you have and watchers and subscribers, will push out your video to more people. So hopefully that has happened today. I don't sit there and look at how many people have subscribed or how many people have followed or liked or stuff like that. I just go out and have fun. And I video it in case something interesting happens. Because, a lot of times you'll be out doing something, you'll be like, gosh, I wish I would have had a video of that. Well, if I stream the entire time, I will have a video of it. I'm going to run over here and take a look at the county ditch that runs through Lake Winona. See what it looks like on the other side. depends on what happens quicker. The rain comes through or the clearing line comes through. That makes a difference. And the sanitation system is down on this end of town. And I'm willing to bet that they're having to flush because there's just so much water that they probably can't keep up with it. Not very many people get this far east in Winona. About as far east as you can drive. See, right here are the gates. So if the river gets too high, they can shut that off and not let it come through backwards, back up into town. And if you notice, there's walls on both sides, and there's a levee all the way around the town. So come back into the clearing, and I'm afraid what's going to happen, because it's, well, what time is it? 7 o'clock. Another 2 hours of sunlight, not direct sun, but another good hour and a half of sunlight. That just might be enough to that cold front out west trigger more storms. If they carry lots of water, a lot of rain, it's not going to be good. What do you guys think of the size of this building over here? Wrong way. Think opposite. This is only half of it. They should have built a running track inside of it. Could have had a quarter-mile track inside. It just continues on. Winona-owned company. It's Windcraft, but they've been bought out by Fanatics. They started out making sports memorabilia. They made banners and sports buttons, pin-on buttons. They've since gotten into a lot more product. it's a big building. And of course, if you look on the right side, that's the flood wall that goes around the entire town. It actually works its way up into the bluffs. So technically, the town is totally protected to, well, river levels are not measured consistently, but I think 22 feet or 20 feet, I don't remember, will keep the water out of the city. But it's a big building, that's for sure. Now, granted, a lot of this is warehouse. They started in the 50s, I believe. Maybe early 60s, late 50s. And on the other side of the road, right here, is part of Hal Leonard Corporation, which started out pretty cheap music. So that building went on a canoe, but I'm not sure if they still use it or not. Let me get this back around. Nice to see the clear sky ahead. Well, not clear, but better than it's been for the last 3 hours. Well, I think I'm going to wrap this video up. If those storms out in western Minnesota do mature even more, let me check here. If they do mature even more than they are now and they start creeping this way, I might come back. I'm not sure. I'm watching this one here just north of Blue Earth. That's all they need is more rain between Blue Earth and Mankato. That looks like it's weakening. So, unless something changes, I'm going to wrap this video up. Don't forget to like and subscribe and follow on Facebook so I can push this out to more people. I am on Facebook. I am the WeatherMonkey on Facebook. And I'm the WeatherMonkey on YouTube at Lawn Serve Joe, because for 30 years I mowed lawns, and for 30 years I worked on 4th of July if it was during the week. So this is the first 4th that I haven't had to work. Oh, did I mention it's my half birthday too? I was born January 4th, so I don't celebrate my birthday in January after Christmas. Who wants to do anything after Christmas in January? So I celebrate it on January 4th. I mean on July 4th. So happy 4th of July to everybody. If you watched my video, thank you. And we'll see you next time.